I don't know if you guys can see the area very well. I hope you do. Here's the stone. First thing I'm going to do is trace First thing I'm going to do is trace the stone, and the reason why I'm doing that is so when I'm making the setting I kind of have a good idea of the shape, and it'll be very important to have the shape of the setting, you know, close to the shape of the stone. And, you know, that'll be the outside rim of this stone, and because I'll be, you know, making prongs that grab the stone on 4 different sides, I'll need to have the stone sitting within, nesting within the setting properly in order to have those prongs properly grab the edges of the stone. I'll also just drop some registration marks or whatever you want to call them, where I would put the prongs. So now, since I have that, I will start forming the wire. I'm going to use this wire, which I don't remember what gauge it is, but I can tell you that it measures 1.5, let's see, 1.6 millimeters. I'll just be using some pliers to do so. The first thing I'm going to do is make sure the end of this is flush. So I'm going to use my flush cutters. Then I'm going to get out my bench pin, making sure the light's right so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna file this edge so it's nice and flat. Like I said, I'm just going to use some little needle nose pliers. I believe I got these like 7 years ago at Walmart, some kind of like jewelry making set. So, you know, it's not going to cost you much to have something like this. And basically just going to try to eye it out. I'm going to want the inside of this shape to have the tracing inside of the shape that I'm making. Once I make the shape and I solder the two ends, I'll be able to fine-tune the shape. Let's see. I'm gonna drop this in there. It's pretty good, but probably need to make it a little bit smaller in size. Actually, I'm going to want to have this wire shape just a little bit smaller than the tracing. As you can see, I don't do this very often. I normally use cabochon. So, like I said, we'll be learning together. This is something that I've been wanting to do for a while. I just haven't done it. I kind of have the expertise, sort of, from watching and paying attention to other things I've seen, or even just trying to reverse engineer stuff in my mind. We're getting close. It's kind of sitting in there, but I want it a little bit smaller. I don't want it popping through. Close. A lot of this wire isn't hard to bend with your hands, so I'm just going to try to do as much as I can. Sometimes it's easier that way. Getting close. I just want it to be a little bit smaller. I don't want there to be much. I want the prongs to be able to grab it a little better. I think we're just about there. I think that's going to be good. So I use my flesh cutters and I'm just going to eye it out. It doesn't have to be perfect. And I'm going to hit this this edge with the file. Before I solder it. So, you know, now we have our shape, so I can solder it, and once it's soldered I can fine tune the shape, be a little bit more precise, and then we'll go from there. Alright, I'm going to add a bit of flux. I use Handy Flux. You can get this at Rio Grande or Rio Grande, however you want to pronounce it. I'm going to use hard solder, and for certain things I use the stick method, which is basically kind of how you would do TIG welding. And that's that. I'm gonna drop this baby in my little quench pot. Then I'm gonna drop it into my pickle and let it sit there for a minute or so. Now that's done. Take this baby out, rinse it off. Alright guys, I hope you could see that. Wanted to I haven't really done much filming in here, so kind of have, and it's a shed, so I have to. It's a very tight spot. I don't have much room to do this type of thing, so I'm having to, do the best I can. Now that I have the basic shape of it, I'm going to fine-tune this shape, and what I'm going to use is some of these little pliers. I'm not sure where I got these, probably Rio Grande. So what I'm going to do is try to straighten out some of these areas, make them look more symmetric. Some areas are flatter than I like, so I'm going to give it more of a natural curve. Let's see if that's going to do the trick. I think I'll give it too much curves. Looks like the sides of this stone are a little flat. I'm going to use some other needle nose pliers that I have. These are some Craftsman pliers that I've had for probably almost 30 years. I've modified them a bit with the grinder just so I could use them for this particular purpose. I'm going to flatten these edges out just a bit. I'll probably do the trick. Maybe a little bit more on this one side. Let's see. I'll give this a little bit of a squeeze. Lengthen it out a little bit. Maybe just a little bit more. These stones aren't super hard either, so I want to make sure that I don't have to put extreme pressure on the stone with the prongs as well, because it might crack. I had another one of these and 3 smaller ones, and I broke all of them, so we'll see how it goes. Now I'm going to hit this with some polishing compound. You guys know the drill. I just want to get any kind of scratches off from the pliers that I was using. And there it is. Alright, now that I have the overall shape of this setting made, you know, it sits in there quite nice. You know, at this point I don't even know how I'm going to set it on the band, but I'll figure it out. That's kind of how I do things in my shop. Just kind of problem solving 101 every single day. You know, unless it's something that I do all the time, then it's a little bit more natural. Anyways, that fits in there really nice. I have this fire brick, which is very light and porous, and I could drive wires through it. So I'm going to use this kind of as a jig. So when I do the soldering, all I have to do is basically, you know, cut my prongs, stick them in this material, and then solder it. But first I'm going to cut off a nice little piece of this with my bandsaw. Nothing special going on here. Just a regular bandsaw. It's got a metal cutting blade on there, which I don't cut this type of material very often, but it's hardened steel, so it should be able to cut through this no problem, and also probably won't dull the blade that much. Cuts like butter. Alright, well here's this piece of fire brick. I'm going to set it down right there. I'm going to set my piece of wire right there, and what I'll do is, first of all, I'm going to put it right on top of my tracing. Hold it down. And I'll make these lines on here on the outside, so I've got a good idea where I want to bronze. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to file these little spots that I made on here. You guys are probably wondering why I have a bench pin like this. It's just the way I prefer to have it. I've seen a lot of more people have it flipped, but I like to have a flat surface to set things on. For some of my work, it's kind of required, honestly. So I'm going about a third of the way through this. I want to make a nice little nest for the wires that I'll be setting in those grooves. Okay, so now that I have this all set up, I'm going to put it on top here just to kind of eye it out, make sure that it's not upside down and whatnot. Because this stone's slightly egg-shaped, so just got to make sure that the one side of this that is wider is on the bottom of that egg shape. That looks pretty good. Noticing that this shape could probably be bent a little now that I've made those grooves. And it looks pretty good to me, so I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to use the same sized wire. I think 1.6 millimeters, and what I'll do is I just have this little piece on my bench of the same stuff. It's kind of got a curve to it, so I'm going to straighten it out a little bit so I can get 4 equal lengths cut with my flush cutters. So, let's see. Looks like I'm going to need about, maybe 3/8 of an inch. I'll need a little bit to drive down into this fire brick, and I'll need some to hang over the top of the stone. I don't want to not have enough. So I think I'll actually cut about a 1/2 inch for equal. They might not even be equal. I'm just going to eye it out. So now that I have my 4 pieces cut, I'm going to drive one into this material and use the tip of my pliers, and they're closed. I have my hand on there squeezing them closed. I'm just going to use my index finger and give it pressure. I'm going to drive it down into this fire brick. I'm going to drive it in a little bit with my hand on there, and I'm going to do the same. There's a few brands or a few companies out there that carry like this putty type stuff that you could use for this type of thing. I'm the kind of person that doesn't like to throw my money around if I don't have to. So if I have something laying around the shop that'll work, I'll just do that. Going to drive it in around the same depth as these other ones, and if there's a slight gap, it's not going to make a huge difference, but you know, generally you do want them sitting within the grooves that I made with the file. I've done this I'm not even a pro at this. I've done it a couple times. We'll get to you know, we'll do a video on, or I'll do a video on cabochon stone setting as well. But this is my first video, so if I don't sound like a professional videographer, it's probably why. This is the first, I've done lots of videos, but this is the first time I ever made an instruction video. Generally not my thing. And I hope to do more if you guys want. If you guys, if it gets good response, I'll do more. If it doesn't, I probably won't. So here we are. Looks pretty good. So now I'm going to take it over to my soldering station and solder it. If you want to see this a little closer, here we are. You know, as you can see, it's not perfect, but it'll get the job done. Here we are. Here's my little fire brick that I cut. There's a little bit of movement, but that's okay. I'm going to make it as vertical as possible. The bottom part of these wires will be cut off, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'm gonna put some flux on all these joints using a paintbrush. I have different sized paintbrushes for whether I'm putting a lot of flux or a little flux. Okay. So I'm going to use hard again. I think I want to stay consistent with the hard solder. That way I don't have to worry about putting too much heat on this later on in the process. I like to heat it up until all the water and the flux is evaporated. That way, once things stop moving around, I could make sure they're in the right position. One prong soldered, two prong soldered, three prongs, for these finer applications, you could use a different tip. I'm just using the general tip that I normally use, but I have pretty good control of my torch. I have a smaller tip that I would suggest other people use if they're not as good with their torch, or if you have a very bushy flame on your torch. I'm just going to try to chip off some of this fire brick that stuck to the flux. And see, there you go, you have a nice little basket. Like I said before, this portion that has this piece of fire brick stuck to it, that part's going to be cut off, and all that will remain is these top wires. And they're not perfect right now, but I'll hit them with the flush cutter, and then once we set the stones, we'll be able to use a wheel on the flex shaft to modify the ends of these prongs. I'm going to put this in the pickle pot to get off any of that flux, and we'll move on to the next step. So here we are, this little basket that we made. Now I just have to clip off the bottom portion of this with my flush cutters.
And I'll hit it with this abrasive polishing wheel just to grind that down a little bit. So that's just about done. My solder joints heated up a little bit, so I'm gonna give that a little polish. And because these are flat, these wires, I'm gonna give them a little bit of a bevel, so this looks a little better and it looks so mechanistic. Okay. I'm gonna see how this stone drops in there. Looks good. Be able to I don't know if you can see that, but sitting nice and flat. So I should be able to get these prongs to close in on the stone with no issues. And there's that. The next thing I'm going to do is make a ring band from this piece of silver I have here, which I created from an ingot like this, and I rolled it. This stuff is pretty thick, and it's about 2.5 millimeters thick. So I'm going to take it down a bit so I can get some length on this piece. Not too much. I think we'll make this a women's ring. I don't know if anybody out there wants a birthstone ring, but this peridot or peridot is a birthstone, so you know, somebody might want that. So, although this is probably a good enough size for a female ring, it might be just a little too thick, so I'm gonna thin it out a little bit by putting it in the roller. This one edge has a little bit of a burr, so I'm going to hit that with my file. There we go. I'm going to send it through here. I don't want to thin it out too much. I just want to get a little bit more width. I have my little anvil over here. I want to keep this thing nice and flat. Going to check it for thickness real quick. And it's a little over about 2.18 millimeters. I think that's probably a good thickness. Doesn't have to be any specific thickness, so we'll go with that. Now that we have our bands rolled out, make sure it's nice and flat. Now that we have that, I'm going to use a tri-square and a scribe to put the right angle on there, so I know exactly where to cut it. I'm not measuring this to be any kind of particular size, so I'm just gonna say that that's the size that we need. Otherwise, you know, measure it, etc., etc. So now that we made our mark on there, I'm going to cut it. I'm using a number 6 blade. I'm using laser blades from Rio Grande. I think they have laser gold blades as well, but I like to use these ones because when they go dull, they'll break. Whereas the laser blades, gold or whatever they're called, they'll never break. You're just cutting, just slows down and down. You'll get frustrated. And they're a similar price, so there's no reason to spend the extra money, in my opinion. There's definitely some garbage blades out there, but I find these ones to be the best, in my opinion. I haven't used any others since I landed on these, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what other people are using. So now that we have our blank cut out and squared up, I'm going to do my maker's mark stamps and my sterling silver stamp. I have a good idea of the shape of the shank, so I don't really need to mark it in any special way, in my opinion, because I know exactly where I need it to go. even before I make any marks, because I've done it so many times. Here's the one. Looks good. This other one I like to put on the other side. This is little barns. The first one that I did was my logo. I had the same guy make these. I don't remember what the name of the company is at this point, but if you care to know, just let me know in the comments, and I'll do a little investigating, and I'm sure I'll find out who made it. I used to be a graphic designer, so I made my own logo, so that made it easier for me to make a vector image and send the file to the guy, the right type of file, I should say. There we go, we got the stamps. Because I rolled it, this silver is a little harder now. It won't be as easy to work with. I plan on doing a little bit of stamping. So, let's anneal it. Give it a little fire and soften it up. I like to hit this with boric acid solution. It's 99.9% alcohol mixed with boric acid. I don't remember the measurement. I think I just, put a couple scoops in there, but helps prevent fire stain. It's flammable. It's very flammable, actually. The alcohol is, so make sure you have a safe place to do it. It's going to catch on fire a little bit. I like to heat it up till it has a light pink color to it. And I just quench it. You don't want to heat it up too hot or quench it too fast, because it could cause cracking in your silver, and you don't want that. So I'm going to let it sit in the pickle for a second to get off any kind of flux or whatever that could have been transferred from this stainless steel mesh platform. Now that it's been in there for a second, that should be good. Rinse it off in my quench bath. And here we have it, an annealed piece of silver. There's a million ways to do it, but right now I'm going to make the shape of the shank. onto a piece of silver. And this is too big. This is a reflector for a light that I took off. It just it was around the right size, so I used it and it worked. So that's its primary purpose now. This is a 6-inch lapidary blade that dulled out. I think this one might do the trick. Yep. I don't want too much of a taper on it, but so what I'm going to do now is draw some lines on there. I'm just gonna line it up. Trace my lines, flip it around. And put the lines on that side, and voila, there we go. See, like I said, those stamps are in the right spot. I have these lines on there. What I think I'll do is I think I'm going to chase a few channels down the center of this band. One up top and one at the bottom. So I'm just going to scribe in a line right there. I could do it deeply because, you know, I'm going to be chasing it, and it's easier to have a groove to follow than to freestyle it, which I'll do sometimes. I just want it to look like, yeah, those top and bottom lines are never exactly perfect, so this line I'm going to try to put it the same depth towards the middle as the first one, and I'll also scribe that line in there pretty good with this divider. I think that's what it's called. I don't know if you can see that, but there's two lines going down the middle, and then those two outward lines. I'm not going to cut it out just yet, because sometimes when you stamp it, it could kind of flare out the material a little bit. So I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm going to take it over to my anvil right now. That's where I do my stamping and chasing, and we'll go from there. Alright, now I'm going to start chasing. Actually, my battery's about to die, so let me replace my battery first. Now that I have my lines marked, I'm going to chase this. And I use this piece of rebar that I flattened I heated up red hot with a cutting torch, and then on a different anvil that I flattened it like kind of like a blacksmith would. I have a welding background, so that's why it's easier for me to do that type of thing. I have, you know, oxy-acetylene tanks, etc. And then, you know, grinded this to, it's kind of like a half rounded shape. And it's been working pretty good since I made it, so I'm just going to keep using it. I didn't have to spend any money. Just kind of, even though there's a mark on there, I'm just kind of hitting it like a woodpecker with the hammer just to kind of get a little groove going. Once I get that groove all the way across, it's pretty much in there. I'll flip it around and do the same with the other one before I put them both in. Deeper. Now I have those in. I'm going to go back to this other line. I'm just going to continue the same process all the way along. This thing has a kind of a half crescent, so as I'm hitting it, I'm kind of rolling it forward as well. Kind of like a pizza cutter or something. And it's up to you how deep you want to make your groove, but I like to try to make them at least pretty good depth. I don't know exactly how deep, maybe a half a millimeter. I'm not sure. But anyway, I try to make the depth of it consistent all the way across. If you're looking at it with the light, you can kind of see like high spots and low spots. So I use light as a tool all the time as well. I'm going to go to this other side and start laying this one in. I don't remember how big this sledgehammer is. I think it's like maybe a 2.5 pound sledgehammer. Doesn't really say on it. But seems to work. I have another one too. The face of it's flat, so if you don't hit it perfectly, it tends to slip off and seems a little bit more dangerous. So this one has a nice rounded face on it. Not rounded, but rounded off, so if I don't hit it perfectly, it's not gonna fly off and hit my finger or anything. So now we have these two lines going down the center of this. You could do whatever you want from this point on. I mean, you could put some stamps in there, you could put some texture down that center portion, you could put some chisel marks. The sky is the limit. What I will be using is a stamp that I made recently. Where is it? I haven't used it yet, so I'll use that much. And I also make my own stamps. I also use the rebar for that. It's fairly inexpensive. They say that it doesn't have any carbon in it, in the steel, which allows to harden, but I believe it does. I think they just mix a bunch of junk steel together to make this kind of stuff, so there are trace elements of copper, or not copper, carbon in it, which will allow me to harden it. So these also work really well. None of the tops are mushroom. I use these all the time. This one's new, but so what I like to do usually is find the center point. So I'm going to use this this other divider, which I found at Harbor Freight for pretty cheap a long time ago, and it looks pretty close to me. I'm going to make a little faint mark on there, then I'm going to make a faint one. It's a little bit off, but if you these two lines are off maybe about 3/16 of an inch, but if you draw a line in between those two marks, you can find center. So although I wasn't on the money the first time, it didn't take me very long to find true center. So there's true center. I'm only going to use it as a starting point for the stamping, so I don't really need to get, I don't need to be highly critical over the center point for anything else. So I'm just gonna that thing fits perfectly right in there, so just go with it. I'm just gonna have these lines go both ways. I can't really stamp both sides, so I'm just gonna stamp this one side, and it looks like it's gonna end perfectly at the end of this shank. Or pretty close, I should say, not but good enough. So I don't know if you can see that. There's a nice line going across. I think because there's a nice sized triangle on both sides, I will try to find another stamp that I have that'll fit in the confines of that shape. If I can't, then I won't use it. It's a little bit off. Let's see if any of these other stamps that I made. Here's another stamp that I made that I think will be perfect. I can tell where the center point is on these triangles because it's basically the top of the triangle, but you also want to find center of your stamp too. So this one I already did before, but the line is kind of worn off a little. I'm just using a Sharpie, and bam, there's the center of this stamp. That'll just help me keep things lined up. So this is another triangle, and because it fits in this other thing, it's not any special symbology or anything like that. I'm just kind of, you know, if it fits, it'll work. Kind of stamper. Sterling silver is pretty soft, so you can see how it kind of messed up my chasing a little bit. That's okay. I could run my chasing tool down that channel one more time after we're done stamping, and be able to fix that. On the ends, I'm just doing kind of like a partial triangle. But as you can see, there's a nice pattern going on there. Going to right down the center of the shank, which is kind of cool. Now that I have this stamping in, I'll rechase this channel, which will push the silver back a little, clean it up, and you can't even tell. So I don't know if you can see that now, but it's a nice pattern, and so, oops, hit the camera and make sure it's lined up still. Let's see. There we go, there's a closer look at this. As you can see. So what I think I'm going to do right now is probably run some more stamps along this inside edge. Maybe inside about a 1/16. So let's see what stamps will do the trick. Sometimes there's a perfect stamp for each particular thing, and I kind of let the universe do the talking when it comes to my artwork. And usually when it fits, it, you know, to me it feels like it was meant to be. So let's find which one was meant to be for this. Okay, so I think, let's see. I have this stamp right here, and it's basically just a shape. It's a kind of an offset triangle. I'll show you guys closer after I make the marks, but I think I think that's the one I'm going to use. Actually, to stay consistent with the whole triangle scheme, I'm going to go with this this other triangle, which I was going to use inside this shape, but it was just a little bit too big. So, you know, let's see, 1, 2. I think I'll be able to get 3 of these in on the end of each shank. And you're not going to need it towards the inside of the band anyways, because nobody's going to see that. I mean, nobody's going to see that, or I don't usually do that. I mean, sometimes I do. So I'm just going to do 3 of these from edge to edge, right on the line. When I cut it, I'll probably cut it just a little bit inward. But so far it's looking pretty good. I think it's a winner. And to this point, I haven't even thought about how I'm going to put that setting on there, but I'll figure it out. You know, if you want to grow at silversmithing or just smithing metal in general, you got to take chances and you got to basically just do it. I'm not endorsing Nike, by the way. Not that they need my endorsements. So because I'm putting this edge to edge, like all this spacing is lining up perfectly, I'll show you guys what I got going on here. I have a different camera that I'll probably use next time so you guys can see a little bit closer what I'm doing. I'm just kind of seeing what works and what doesn't work with my video making process. But let me show you guys what I got going on here. Gonna have to focus this in. As you can see, it looks pretty good. Spacing is good. See that I was able to fix the areas where I chased it, where it kind of bent in. Now there's these nice squiggly patterns towards the end of the shank, which, you know, you can either leave like that, you can put texture. This is just the way I do things. If you have different ideas, and you'll most likely have different stamps, you'll have to do different things. I made these stamps, so they're kind of like not my signature stamps. I'm sure some of these stamps have been made before. There's thousands and thousands of different stamps out there, but I like to make my stamps just like basic shapes, because, you know, when it comes down to it, I'm just looking for a specific shape to fit within the confines of a space or a gap or whatever, and it's either has to be long enough, high enough. There's like different variables, and so that's that. Now I'll cut it out. Okay, now that we have all the stamping done, I'm going to go ahead and cut out the shank. I'm going to go in about a 1/16 of an inch from this little line. That way the stamping is right up on the edge. Okay, now that we've cut out the shank, I'm just going to clean up the saw marks. I'm using a file that I bought on Rio Grande. I don't remember what the brand is, but this is what they look like. Came with a set of 6 or something. They're pretty good. You could also get some files at Harbor Freight. They're not as good, but they're good starters if you are a beginner. You want to focus on just getting off the really heavy saw marks. The rest you could pretty much polish off with either a abrasive wheel. I also use a belt sander. They have small ones, and you could also use a big one if you feel like it. So here's what it looks like right now. All the heavy cuts have been polished and or filed down, so you can see them. Now we're ready to take it to a ring bender. You could also bend it on a mandrel if you wish, but the ring shank bending tool will save you a lot of time. I'm sure most of you guys have one. If not, you've probably heard of one. This ring bender is from Pepe Tools. I've had it for a while. It's definitely a game changer when I first got it. If you're just bending them on the mandrel, if you're doing thicker stuff like this, it'll be rewarding to have a piece of equipment like this. This ring looks like might be around a 9 or a 10, so I usually try to go with half the numbers. So if it's a size 10, I usually go with this 20 size die, which I'm pretty sure is millimeters. So start there, see how it goes. Because these things, this shank is flared out at the end, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to get the very ends of these bent properly. So what I like to do is hold it at kind of an angle, kind of like the same angle of where it flares out. Kind of put it like that, so there's more surface area to help bend it faster, or easier, I should say. That'll help bring those corners in. And then the rest, if it's, you know, still needs a little bit of straightening out, you can do the rest on the mandrel. So that's, it's going to be a little smaller than I thought. So I'll just start working my way down. I already got pretty much the right band going for it. If it becomes too tough, you could always re-anneal it too, because after the stamping, things can get hard. So, I like to manpower it. So I think I could still go a little smaller with this. So that was the 18. Now we'll go to the 16. And for this type of ring, I don't want these ends to touch. I just want to get the right curve, or the right bend, you know, see how it's, you don't want an oval shaped ring. There's that. I'm going to take it over to the mandrel and kind of stretch it open a little bit. I have this 1-inch hole drilled into a 2x4, and I have it screwed on to the bottom of this bench. You don't need anything, you know, super expensive. You can make most of your tools. Now what I'm trying to do is get these two ends to be more or less at the same height, and this gap to be parallel. And also I'm trying to get it to be a consistent size on both sides, meaning if I take this off and put it on this mandrel, I want it to be the same size as it is over here. So this is saying like a 9.5. When I turn it around, it's saying like a 9.25. So I'm gonna hit it right there. So it says 9.5. If I could get it at a 10, that would be a good size. 10. still kind of flared out on one side, and so what I'll do is I'll focus the hammer on the lip of this shank. I'll flip it around, focus on the lip of the shank. It's still reading 10 on both sides, so it's good. And now this thing is parallel to a good degree. So now that we've got the shank bent properly, we can go ahead and make the setting for this stone, which we well, we already made it. We just want to apply it to the shank and kind of just walk ourselves through it, because like I said before, I don't do faceted gems very often, so you know, I might be learning with you at this point, but it'll be fun. It'll be a cool ring when we're done. So here's this ring again. We formed the shank on the ring shank bender, and then I went ahead and honed in the shape with the mandrel and a nylon hammer, which you can buy at Thunderbird Supply if you haven't heard of them. I prefer these nylon ones over leather because they don't mar the metal, and they'll last a good while. I have two of them, and one of them I've had for probably 6-7 years. This one's not as old and not as beat up, but I still use both of them. So now that we've made the shank and we made the setting, we can join the two together. And right now, I'm thinking about just setting it like that. However, the base of the stone goes down too far, about maybe a 1/16 of an inch or something. So I need to raise this up somehow. And so what I think I'm going to do is, I have some twist wire. I could use some regular wire, but I think I'm going to use some twist wire to bring this up. So I already have some twist wire which I've made. This is what I call super twist, and what it is, it's actually square wire which I twist with the drill. And it's probably one of the more difficult wires to twist, because it has the tendency to twist ununiformly, so you definitely need to anneal it like several times in the process in order to get it right. So let's start off by trimming this off with the flush cutters. Then I'm going to file the ends to get it flush, nice and flat. And the cool thing about this wire for this type of setting on this ring, I think it will, because generally faceted gems aren't really part of the whole Southwest Native American jewelry thing. So, but it can be done. So I think by using this twist wire, it'll tie the two styles together. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this twist wire the same overall shape of this setting, and just a little bit larger. And basically this setting will sit right on top of this twist wire, bringing it up high enough. It'll also add some dimension, because this setting is smaller than the height of the shank. So by adding this, it'll put it right about where it needs to be in order to maximize the vertical space on the shank. So I'm just going to use these pliers again. These are kind of my go-to pliers. And I'm just trying to make the shape similar. Might take a little charisma, but make it happen. It's still way too big. So I think I'll anneal it real quick, because after bending this, it gets pretty hard to bend, especially at this size. Maybe not. Sometimes I could do it with my hands. We're almost there actually, so I think I could maybe just manhandle this thing. Maybe not. So, oops. Got to be careful that you're not holding it too tight and with the pliers, because with this twist wire, if you squeeze too hard, you'll mess it up. You'll make it flat on one side. A lot of that you can fix just by polishing, but you want to be careful not to slip like that, how I did. Getting pretty close. I think just a little bit more and it'll be right on the money. So. that'll do the trick right there. This will pretty much line up, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to saw it right here. And if the two ends of this don't like match perfectly, it's okay, because it's art. Art doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so there's that. I'm just gonna have to meet these ends, so I'll use the pliers on one side, and I'll use my fingers on the other side. There's a little gap there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to overlap it, bend it inward a little bit, so that way I could, when I bend it back, the spring action will bring those ends together. And there we go. And after I solder it, it'll also anneal it. So if there's any slight imperfections in the shape, which there will be, I'm seeing, I'll be able to manipulate the shape a little easier after that particular aspect. And it looks like this will also fit on there pretty good. Might dress this thing up too, because on the edges you'll see like a gap right there. So I might put a stamped piece of silver right there to conceal the opening. So let's go over there and solder this. So here we are. I'm just going to put a little flux where the two ends meet. Actually, I'm going to put it all the way around. That way I'll prevent fire stain a little bit, or it seems to. And these the wire seems to meet up pretty well. See, you won't even be able to tell that it's a twist wire this time. So that's kind of cool. I'm going to turn on my exhaust fan. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm going to use hard solder again. And that's that. I'm going to quench this real quick. And I'm going to put it in the pickle for a minute. Okay, now that we have this twist wire soldered, I will continue to manipulate the shape of it to meet the overall shape of the setting. And it looks like this edge needs to flatten out, so I'll give it a nice pinch, but not too hard because I don't want to mess up the twist wire. Looks like I need to do it a little bit more, and That should do the trick. I'm going to do a little bit on this side too, just for good measure. This setting's more oval than anything, so I might have overdone it. So I'll use this other tool to. Now there's a few spots where there looks to be a little bit of damage to the twist wire. So what you can do is just hit it with the file. That'll get rid of those ridges, and then once you polish it, you'll never know. So, it looks pretty good actually. The only thing is this twist wire is a little bit bent in a weird way where doesn't sit flat. So I'll show you guys something that I do to help straighten that thing out. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the side that's going to be the top. That's this side, and I have this. I'm not really sure what the material is. I think it came with my Pepe Tools circle cutter thingamajig. But anyways, it's basically some kind of neoprene plastic type of stuff, maybe like kind of rubber, I don't know. Anyhow, I'll flip it over like this and put the top side down, and then what I'll do is I'll put something flat on there. I'll put the nylon hammer and then I'll hit it on the top with my sledgehammer, and that usually, see, it didn't mess up, didn't flatten this out. The bottom part, it really doesn't matter because nobody's going to see it, and now it sits flat just like that. Okay, so now that we have the twist wire, we have the setting, which kind of looks weird right now, but I assure you it will not be weird later on. But anyhow, we want it to, you kind of look at it from the top, there's not much surface area. That twist wire is just barely sitting on there, and then with the ridges in the twist wire, it gives you even less surface area for them to be soldered together. So what I'm going to do is sand the top of this ring shank flat in this area right here. I don't want to do it at the very top because there's some stamping. So if you look at it closely, you know, I could pretty much flatten it for the most part. all the way across outside of these two top parts. So I'm saying probably I'll make little marks right here that'll kind of give me a barrier, or you know, just a mark, so I'll know not to file at that particular point. I'm gonna move my camera over a little bit so you guys can see. See what I'm doing. So this will give me a good surface for soldering for that twist wire. It's starting to look pretty good. Got that thing wedged in there pretty good. So this is the top. Now it sits pretty good. If you look right there, you can kind of see the inside of this shank, which I don't think it's gonna show much once we have the stone in, so I don't think I'll have to worry about that very much. Yeah, you won't be able to see that, so I don't have to worry about that. So, I was talking about earlier the ridges of this twist wire, how they may stick out quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is flatten one side, and how I'm going to do that is with this sandpaper, which is like a 220 grit or something. This is just a piece of my belt sander belt, and when I was done using it, I just basically cut it up into 3-inch sections, and because it has a thick fibrous back to it, it holds together pretty well. Some sandpapers are literally made out of paper, and after you use it a few times, it just basically falls apart. Whereas this little piece will last me several months. So if you look at the bottom and see it's nice and flat, that'll give me more surface area when I solder this to the band, which is looking pretty cool so far. I'm gonna check the size just to make sure that it's still consistent on both sides before I solder. It says stop 10 right there. Out of 10. Let's think it's pretty good. Make sure this thing is still pretty flat. And it is. So I'm going to go and solder the twist wire on the top of this shank. So here's the shank and here's the twist wire where it's been flattened. It pretty much goes across this whole entire space, which is good for balance. When I say balance, I mean like artistically. This thing looks like it's bent a little, so straighten this thing out a bit. So I'm gonna put this thing like so. Something like that. Put some flux on there. So there we are. I think I'll go with medium solder this time. I'll be using the stick method to solder this time as well. I had to get me a new piece for my roll, so that's what's taking me so long. Anyhow, turn on the exhaust fan real quick. I just want to kind of move the heat around evenly. And I'm going to focus the heat down here because I don't want to get solder everywhere. There we go. So I was able to solder that pretty easily on the 4 points of contact. So shouldn't have to worry about having to resolder it or anything like that. This thing is hot, so I'm gonna grab it right here. Quench it and put it in the pickle for a few minutes. Now that all the flux has been removed in the pickle, I'm going to inspect the piece. It looks like it's on there in the middle where it should be. Spacing vertically and horizontally is even. So now I want to navigate the idea of setting this prong setting within this twist wire. So if you look from the side, it's kind of it's not sitting flush, and that could be because of a multiplicity of reasons, but I think it's because these wire nubs are sticking out the side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bevel these edges even more, and I'll just do that with the file so I could see exactly what I'm doing. Sometimes I use my belt sander, and sometimes I actually use my lapidary equipment to sand things if I'm in a rush, or you know, I just want to speed up my process. I use things in my shop that'll save me time, but since I'm showing you guys how to do it, you guys might use things like that in your shop to help you save time. But fundamentally, you'd use a file, which you should feel comfortable using. You use it so often, it becomes second nature. These things become less tedious and more natural. I use my files quite a bit, so for me this is second nature. I only have one more, and we should be able to see how it fits. Alright, so oops. I'm gonna see how that sets, and it actually sets nicely. There's a slight bend to this setting, making one side kind of stick up. So I'll put it in the pliers and give it a little bit of a twist. And I'm just going to visualize it from the side to see if it's straight. And I'll look at it at all angles so I can get a different angle on it. It looks pretty good to me. Let's see how it sits on there. Much better. Let's see. I think that's gonna work. We'll put the stone in there. sits in there nicely. It's already looking like a super cool ring to me. So, let's go back to the soldering station and get this thing soldered together. Okay, so now that we have this thing all set up, just want to give it a rough placement just to see, make sure that everything looks good. I'll put some flux. I'll also put some flux on the bottom of this little setting. Okay. Now, this time I will be using easy solder. Because I don't want the solder from the twist wire to the shank to melt. So here we go. Turn on the exhaust. Open the valve on my acetylene tank. And light this baby up. Heat this thing up. Get all that flux melted. And then make sure this thing is centered really good. Okay. Looks good to me. And I want to be careful with the heat because I don't want to heat up the setting too much, and I don't want to So I put a nice little bit of solder on the one side. Now I put a nice bit of solder on that other side, and that side now that side. So now it's soldered pretty good all the way around. I didn't overheat any of these other areas, so everything should be good. I'm going to grab this with my copper tongs, and over here I'll squeeze these tweezers to open it with my other hand, quench it, and put it into the pickle for a few minutes. Okay, so now we have the setting soldered to the twist wire, which is soldered to the shank. And there's this opening on the side right here. I don't know if you can see it. And there's another one on the other side. I don't like to have that kind of thing on there. And I have these two little triangles. I guess they're called obtuse triangles, if I remember from school. But anyhow, I'm thinking what I'll do is find a stamp that fits, stamp these right in the middle, give them a slight bend so I could meet that curvature, and then solder them on both sides like so. One right there and one right there, and that'll look pretty spiffy. Might have to file the bottom of this so it covers up that hole really good. Let's see how it goes down. Okay guys, I have these triangles set right here, and what I'm going to do is find a stamp that looks good. I'm going to use this one. I don't know if you can see it. I made this stamp as well. Let's see. Nice shape to it. So I think that stamp will look really nice. So I'm going to try to go for true center. I'm just doing it by eye. And it's a little off. But what I can do is sand or file one of the edges off, and that'll even it out, so no worries whatsoever. And here we are with this one. That's about center. Good time. I slipped off the edge a little bit, so I'll have to modify both of them so they look they're even. Now on this first one, I'm going to have to file or sand one edge of this, and for this one I'm going to, and well, no, on that one I'm going to have to sand or file the bottom of that one as well. And for this one I'll have to straighten out the bottom and file or sand one or two of these other edges as well to even it out. To do this, I'm going to use my belt sander. This is a 4" by 36" belt sander. I'm going to use these pliers, my trusty old pliers that I've had for 30 years. you have long hair, I wouldn't suggest doing something like this unless you have your hair tied up or things can get crazy if you're not paying attention. Okay, so now we have our two pieces cut. They're both, or not cut, they've been sanded down so they're very even. Actually, one of them I could sand down just a little bit more. Let's do it. Alright, so now they look pretty good. I don't know if you can see them. Let's see if I can zoom in for you. Anyways, those are going to go on the sides now. As I was saying earlier, we're going to have to conform this edge to the shape of that shank, which has a bit of a curve to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this ring bender tool. Number 12, and where's number 12? Here's number 12. It doesn't have to be number 12. It could be, probably be a variety of these. I'm just basically wanting to get a bend to it, and I'll hold it up to the piece until it's right. So I have my ring here. I'm going to put it along the side. It's almost there. I need a little bit more of a curve to it. It's pretty tiny, so I kind of have to grip it a certain way. Okay, let's see. That looks pretty good to me. I kind of don't like how thick these are, so I might sand down one edge of these so it comes down a little more. But it looks pretty good so far. I'd say that one's done. Now I have this one other piece. So I'm going to set that in there like I did the other one. Try to get it in the middle so it bends evenly. That's a little off, but this one I think I overbent it. So I'm gonna flatten it back out as much as I can. Now I'll give it another shot. I think that'll do the trick as well. Indeed it will. Cool. I'm going to use this bandsaw, or not bandsaw, this belt sander to sand the bottom of these tiny little pieces. And that'll allow these to sit lower on the shank, which will give it a more visually pleasing look to it. Okay, so here we are. We're getting close to the final steps. Here's the ring. We just need to put those side pieces on there. Because I don't want to mess up at this stage in the game, I will add solder to these small pieces instead of the shank. And that way all I have to do is heat it up to fluxing point and they should drop right in. But first, we have to put solder on them. And I'll be using extra easy solder this time. So, let's do it. Forgot to turn on the exhaust. There we go. There's that one. I don't need much heat, so I have this torch turned down way low. I just need to get this extra easy on there, which doesn't take much heat. And I won't even quench them. You can, but it depends on where you should have a different quench if you're going to be soldering this thing on, because you want to keep the flux that's on there. And So what I'm going to do now is get rid of this thing. I'm going to spray this with my borax solution, both sides, and then what I'll do is I'll pick up these pieces with some tweezers. I'm going to have to do one at a time, so I'll pick up this one, drop it in, use my soldering pick to straighten it out, and because the shank has a stripe down the middle pretty much, I'm going to put the tip of that triangle centered right in the middle of that. I just did it by eye. I'm not going to bust out with any kind of special measuring tools or anything. So here we go. I'm going to heat the shank first because it's much thicker. And I didn't even put any flux on there, because what I'm doing is actually using the flux from this little tiny piece and the small traces amount of that borax, and then when it reaches flux point, it's just going to drop in there. Bam. Perfect. Now I just need to flip this guy around. You know, I could actually quench it and all that other stuff and put it in the pickle, but I'm not worried about it because I'm putting my heat directly where I need it, and so this side is more likely to reach fluxing point before the other side, so I'm not worried about that other one falling off. However, it is still hot, so I'm going to use these tweezers, and I'm going to put that baby on there. It kind of seems like it's balancing up there, but that's because the little bump of solder on there is preventing it from sitting flat. But I'm not going to worry about that because what I'll be doing is monitoring it with my pick, so I'll be ready to move it if I need to. However, it looks like it's in the center and will drop right where I need it. And voila, dropped right in. So there's that. I'm going to grab this with my tongs, and I'm going to open these tweezers with these pliers. I'm going to give it a quick look. I mean, it's a little off on one area, but I'll be able to straighten that out with some pliers, or I'll be able to burnish it with a a tool or some sort or something. So there it goes into the pickle. As you can see, the soldering went well. There's if you look at it from the front, a few of these corners look like they need to come in a bit. So what I'm going to do is use my engraving tool to kind of hammer it down a bit, and that'll help me control the action. I know not everybody will be able to do that if they don't have a microscope and an engraver, but there's other ways to do things. So just to show you guys that you can do it with other tools, I will, that's not the right size, I will show you that I can do it with something else. Anything is possible if you tell yourself that it is possible. So this one should work. Yes, indeed. This GRS Benchmate is a great addition to your toolkit if you ever decide to get one. Definitely a game changer if you do a lot of rings. It's not the cheapest thing, but So what I'm going to use is this tool right here, which is basically just a piece of hardwood that just happened to have a perfect angle to it. And this is a deer antler. And basically I just used a file or sandpaper or something, I don't remember, it's been a long time, to shape this in a particular way. This is how I used to close my bezels before I started using the pneumatic engraving tool thing. But this is great because the antler won't scratch the metal and it's pretty hard, so it won't break. But I'm just gonna basically put some really good pressure on this thing right on that corner, try to bend it in. And over here, same thing. Over here, same thing. And over here. That's the cool thing about silver. It's very malleable, which means it bends very easy. So this is pretty much just pretty good, but I want to kind of shape these out a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is use an abrasive wheel on my flex shaft. I'm using these guys. They work pretty good. You can also get those at Rio Grande. I'm just going to hit the tip of this. And what I'm doing is just make it basically creating the illusion that the edge is further down, which adds to what I was talking about earlier, how that edge was kind of sticking up. I'm gonna hit this other edge too. I used to be a tattoo artist a long time ago, so I'm pretty good with fine details. Although my vision's not as good, so I have to use this magnifier pretty much all day long, which I think has damaged my vision even more, but I guess that's occupational hazard. Hit that inside edge, and then I'm going to hit these outside edges. Alright, so that's that. Looks pretty cool in my opinion. So I think I'm at a point where I could probably hit this with a rough polish before I decide to do anything else with it. That'll clean up or polish off the burrs and stuff like that that are sticking out, any kind of sharp spots that might, you know, grab somebody's clothing or cut somebody. You always want to make sure your work's nice and smooth, but not over polished, because you could definitely do that. So there's a, you know, fine balance. So I'm gonna head off to the polishing wheels right now. See you there. Okay, so here we are. Let me show you what I like to use as far as polishing compound. I have two different wheels that I generally use, and I usually only use one type of polishing compound per wheel. This one is kind of my rough cut. I used to use Zan quite a bit. I use it every once in a while, but it's kind of dirty and it's harder to clean. But then I found this stuff. It's called Menzerna Super Heavy Cut, and this stuff is great for removing fire stain and heavy scratches and stuff like that. This stuff is like a life changer. It could literally like polish anything. This stuff is Menzerna M5. I believe they're both. I believe they're made in Germany. So it might be hard to find out here, really expensive, but it's worth it. They don't sell it at Rio Grande. I got this stuff from Amazon, if I remember correctly. But yeah. So first off, I'm gonna hit it with the super heavy cut. But this wheel's kind of dirty, so I'm gonna clean it up a bit. I use just a bunch of screws and a piece of wood. That'll get off the nasty stuff. need a better polishing area, but this has worked for me since I started, so I'm just going to keep using it. I put this nice little box around it to keep everything contained because this stuff gets everywhere. Now I'm going to use this M5 super finish compound, which is great. I'm also going to clean off any kind of buildup on my polishing wheels, or on these mops, whatever you want to call them. Stuff goes a long way, so I probably didn't even need to put anything on there. But in my opinion, both of these products together are a game changer in a lot of different ways. All right. Well, there's that. It's looking pretty good if you ask me. Just gonna drop that stone in there and set it, but first I'm going to clean it up really good and oxidize it. There's also one other step that I like to do with my rings, and what I like to do is what I call making these rings comfort fit. And what I do is I bevel this inside edge on both sides pretty good. That way when you have it on your hand, it doesn't get locked on your knuckles and stuff like that. And if it does, it's much easier to remove because it tapers, and the sizing seems to fit like maybe a quarter size, maybe not a quarter size each way, but a little bit each way, making the size a little bit better, the fit a little bit better, and far more comfortable than if you left it square on the edges like that. So that's what we're going to do first before we oxidize it, get everything cleaned up. Let's do it. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to show you guys how I make my rings fit extra comfortably. And the first thing I do is I use this, what do they call it? This inside ring sander. I don't know if you can see it very well. Anyways, they sell these at Rio Grande as well. These things are great. They come in several different grits. They just don't last very long. So I currently only buy the heavier grits, and then I use something else, which I'll show you in a second, to get off the heavier scratches. So, but I'll use this to take off most of the material off the inside of this band. So I don't know if you can see that, but there's a significant bevel on the inside edge of this. I try to make it consistent all the way around, making the spacing. Kind of makes the band look thinner than it is from the top. This thing's, I think, if I remember correctly, it was like 2.17 millimeters. So that's one side. Now here's this other side. I think this thing's pretty much done. So I'm gonna use a different one, a new one. And if you look at the top, it has the grit. Says 80 grit on there, which is pretty coarse, but like I said, I use higher grits to get all these scratches off. So I think that's pretty good. Both sides are beveled nicely. That'll aid in the comfortability factor. And also it'll help you get the ring off if it's really tight. because there's nothing like freaking out over a ring that's stuck in your finger. So here we go. This one, these are from Fordham. These are great. And they come in multiple different grids. This is 220, I believe. So with the 220 grit, I'll be able to get all these heavier sanding marks off. Now I'll be switching to 400 grit. I have to go pick up my kids, so I'll be right back. It'll only take me a second. Now I'm going to use 550 grits to get those scratches off. Okay, now we will use 800 grit. I think that's what it is. Yeah, 800 grit. And that'll remove the scratches from the previous one. Now I will use 1500 grit. And that will put a high polish on there. Take off any scratches from the previous one. looking super cool so far. Super cool. Now I'm going to throw it inside of the tumbler to clean off any of this polishing residue and get into the nooks and crannies and clean everything off really well. So the tumbler I use is this unit that I got from Harbor Freight. It's pretty big and it costs an arm and a leg to fill up with this stainless steel shot, but works pretty good. It's probably overkill, but it's just the way I do things, I guess. And what I use in here as a solution is this simple green stuff, and it works great. And I just mix it with water. I use rainwater. We live in Southwest Florida, so we get a lot of rain. I have a rain catcher out there, so I use fresh rainwater. This stuff has a safer choice rating on it, so that's another good thing. And if you see these hazardous waste symbol, it has a 0 and everything, so it's pretty good stuff. So, you know, while I could probably just clean this off with a toothbrush to get all that stuff off, I'm just going to throw it in here because this simple green stuff will basically dissolve any of the residue from polishing, and also will give it a nice shine. When we're all done, I'll show you just how good, and from that point on we'll oxidize it and then clean that off, polish, and then at the very end we'll set the stone and check out how this cool ring comes out. So far so good. This takes about 3 hours or something to do a good job. You know, anything less than that, you're pushing it, but I'd say 3 hours is a good amount of time to put it in there. So here we go. See you in 3 hours. Alright, it's time to open this thing up. Let's check this thing out. Now we just have to find it. There it is. Super duper cool. Let's see if I can zoom in on this thing. Cool. Can't wait to get the stone there. Now that it's been tumbled, I think I will add some texture to the band in these portions right there, as you see where I'm pointing with my thumbnail all the way around, just to add some detail, make it look cool. And there's a couple ways you can do so. This is a hammer handpiece from Fordham, and this is what I started off using to make texture. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. You could do it, you know, like a hammer and chisel style, but it's going to take you a long time. It'll be inconsistent. This thing works pretty good, but I've gone through a couple of them, and now that I have a pneumatic engraving tool machine, I could do it that way. I have two of these guys right here, and neither of them work. So instead of buying another one, I decided I would just use my pneumatic engraving machine instead to do so. So I'll show you guys how to do that next. Okay, so this is my engraving tool. I don't remember which ERS handpiece it is, but they sell a number of handpieces that go with their equipment. I'm using a Graver Max G8, which has a few different attachments or auxiliary ports to add additional handpieces. Makes it a little bit easier to use multiple handpieces and or gravers. And what I have on the tip of this is the piece that I would normally have on the hammer handpiece to do the exact same thing, and works pretty well. So I'm just gonna, I have my magnifier on, you can't see me here, but I'm going to just use this tool wherever I want the texture. There's a point on this thing. It's made from hardened steel, so it won't bend. Every once in a while I need to sharpen this thing. It dulls out, but so I either use one of my abrasive wheels for my flex shaft, or I'll sharpen it using my lapidary equipment. Sometimes the lapidary equipment is really comes in handy, because most stones or a lot of different stones are pretty hard, so you don't have to really worry about your wheels getting damaged from the silver. But if there's a sharp edge or something, you know, you might want to be careful. I have damaged my lapidary equipment, my lapidary wheels with a sharp edge, so you know, it is possible. After doing this kind of work for a long time, you learn what not to do and what to do by making mistakes. what I was saying is, along the way you'll learn what to do and what not to do. You know, usually through failure. And that's what I guess these videos are good for, is you don't have to make the mistakes yourself. You know, have somebody else kind of lead the way. I don't know if you can see that, but it's starting to look really nice. That texture in there. This is a little bit more gentle than the hammerhand piece. Well, this particular handle, I have a different graver handle that has a little bit more punch to it, but I like to use this one. You want to be thorough. What I like to do is I use the light and kind of use the reflection to see if I've missed a spot or not. You could hear my air compressor kick on here and there, and it's pretty loud. They do sell quiet air compressors. This is just a cheap one from Home Depot. I think it's a Craftsman Pancake, I think they call them, air compressor. It has 150 pounds per square inch capacity. Works pretty good, other than it being loud and vibrates quite a bit, but it doesn't bother me. And there we go. Looks really good, actually. I'm impressed. I do this all the time, but I just I'm really digging this design, the way it's come out so far. It's gonna look really nice once we get the stone set. I don't know if you can see that as good as I can, but it definitely has some pizzazz. Next step will be to oxidize the ring. So let's do that. Hi guys, this is what I like to use to oxidize my pieces. It's called Midas Liver of Sulfur. You can get it at Rio Grande. They have a few different products Midas does that are pretty good, but I seem to like this one the most. So first of all, I've heated up a little bit of water. I use rainwater, which probably has some trace elements in it, but it's basically just H2O. I like to add a few chunks. For a ring, you don't really need much water. It just needs to be able to submerge. You have to be able to submerge the ring in the solution. I just use a little dowel rod to stir it around and mash up these little pieces. And as long as you have like a dark yellowish brown color, you should be good. There probably is an exact science, but me, I do everything by eye pretty much. I think it's good to trust in your intuition with being an artist. For me, it's mostly just a color thing. I know what works. After doing it so many times, I know how dark it needs to be. I'm using some copper tongs. Just gonna drop it in for a second, bring it up every few seconds just to see if it's covered the entire surface, and it has. I have heard a lot of people say that they could neutralize the liver of sulfur with baking soda. I think it also might say that on the label. It doesn't, but anyhow, what I do is I just rinse it off with water, and that's good enough for me. And next I'm going to rinse off the liver of sulfur, and I'll be back and I'll show you the next step. Okay, now that we're back at the bench, we can remove some of the oxidation. I use these little wheels that I got on Amazon. I don't remember who makes them. I think it's just some Chinese manufacturer. They go by 100 different names and offer the same products across the board. You know how it works. Anyhow, I'll put this on my flex shaft and we'll get started. That's another thing, it doesn't fit on this particular handpiece, so I got to use the H30, I think it's called, handpiece from Fordham. And it'll be able to receive these larger mandrels. And you can't see me from here, but I have my magnifier on so I can see close up. And I don't want to put my foot on the pedal too hard because it's pretty abrasive. I just want to remove the oxidation from the highest points. That'll bring out some of those recessed patterns. And that's that for that portion of it. I will now grab this 500 grit abrasive deal from Fordham. And I just want to remove oxidation from inside of the bend. I don't want to, cause any unnecessary scratches, so that's why I don't want to. A lot of this, once I put it in the tumbler again, will come right out. The micro abrasions from the shot, and then we'll polish it up. I will also remove some of the oxidation from inside this prong setting, just because I want it to be kind of shiny to help the light reflect off the stone. So I'll clean off some of this oxidation on the inside. And also from the prongs. All right, that's pretty good. I think the tumbler will do the rest. Actually, I'll hit the top of this little side piece with just so the tumbler doesn't have to work so hard. Alright, looking good. So I'm going to go throw it in the tumbler and go from there. Alright, it's going in. Alright, this ring's just about done in here. It's been about 3 hours. This thing should be spick and span. Oops. Indeed. I don't know if you can see that, but it looks great. Give you a closer look. I don't know if you can see that or not. I don't have my glasses on right now. Anyhow. So here's a closer look at this ring. Looks pretty cool, has a nice pattern going around. Pretty fancy. And this is what it's going to look like with the stone. That'll be the next step in the process. I don't know if you can see that, but it looks pretty cool. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a little. First, I'm going to put the ring in there just to see where I need to mark this thing. And there we go. Okay. I'm going to mark it with the separator tool. Each one of these isn't equal, so I'm just kind of eyeing it out. I just want a tiny little mark on there just to help me. And this thing sits pretty low, so peridot isn't the hardest of gems, so I gotta be really careful when I try to set this. You never know, it might break and I'll have to find a new stone. So now that I have my marks on there, I'm going to get a little burr to create a groove in there. That might be a little too big. Let's find a smaller one. This should do the trick. I don't know if you can see the tip of that thing, it's pretty small. But anyhow, I will put this thing on reverse, actually. That way it's kind of a trick I learned. That way it's not too aggressive. Anyways, I'm gonna cut into my prong. Pretty excited about this ring because, like I said, I don't do many use many faceted gems for my work, so it's going to be quite exciting. Just want to get that small pieces of debris out of there. Now we'll set the stone. I'm going to use my handy dandy pliers and hopefully that does the trick. So good. Still not touching over here. Probably bring this side in a little bit. And it's in there pretty good. You look. See what it looks like from the top. Actually, it's a bit loose still.
Hi guys. In the last segment, we were setting the stone on the peridot ring setting, and what happened was the stone broke. So what we're going to do is use a different stone. That's a perfect example of the kind of things that you run into while being a jeweler. So it wouldn't be the first time I broke a stone, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. But anyhow, instead of using peridot, we're going to be using a golden sapphire, which is much harder.
and we shouldn't have any problems, regardless of how hard I squeeze it in with my pliers. Anyhow, let's see how it goes. For any of you guys watching, this is called the GRS Benchmade Encore. It's great for holding rings. There's a lot of different attachments that you could use. It's definitely been a game changer for me in my jewelry business. I used to just use the GRS ball vise. I think that's what it's called. And that was a game changer too, so if you could imagine a double game change, this would be it. And these things are quite expensive if you're just starting out, so it's kind of better to kind of start from the bottom and use the tools that are a little bit harder, maybe. That way you have a good feel for the equipment that you'll be using. You'll know what you want to upgrade. If it doesn't bother you, no need to upgrade. Sometimes it'll be a year or two and I'm just like, I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to buy that tool. I don't really need it. It's not gonna really help me. And then I have a little extra money and I'm like, I think I might just do it, just go for it and see what it's like. And in some of those instances, it actually winds up being like a really awesome thing, and that's kind of how it was with this. I probably put it on a credit card or something, and I don't advise doing that, but sometimes some of us do that kind of thing, and to kind of make that jump, and I did, and I don't regret it. Anyhow, here's this ring with the golden sapphire. It has kind of an amber color and it fits in there perfectly, just the same as the peridot did. So I'm going to use my magnifier, so I think I might have to, or my microscope, so I might have to move the camera. Let's give it a see. Better to do this kind of thing under a microscope. I'm sure you could do it without, but it's good to see what's going on up close. There's only so much head-mounted magnifier can do to help you. And it looks like this one might be a little smaller actually than the stone I had before, but I think it'll still work. Just the way it's set might have to change. I mean, these prongs might have to come down just a little bit more, but I'm pretty sure it'll still do the trick. Looks like the microscope isn't being obstructed. So let's just go with this. I'm going to use my handy dandy pliers. Start off with these prongs over here. I'm going to do this slowly. I think I was so excited last time that I kind of jumped the gun. I'm hoping these stone's not too small. I'm pretty sure I can get it. I think I'm going to use this other tool that I have, which is basically just a piece of wood and a deer antler, and then I have a dowel. I drilled a hole in this side and I drilled a hole in the wood, and I used the high strength epoxy and dowel rod, same size as the drill hole on both sides to keep this thing put together. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of ingenuity when you're putting some of these things together. This was just an idea I had several years ago, and this thing's come in handy big time. I've been using it for years at this point. Just kind of going around one at a time, moving it. I might not like the alignment of these, so I might do a little bit fine tuning once I get them in a little bit more. Like this guy, I want to kind of go this way a little bit. In there pretty good. Taking this thing. I think I'll move this guy over just a bit. These prongs aren't exactly perfect, but I think it'll be fine. And what I mean by not perfect is I think my setting when I was soldering it kind of shifted a tad bit, but looks fine to me, and I'm sure that once I cut these prongs a little shorter, they won't stand out as much. And it's in there, nice and
solid. Looks really nice. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my flush cutters and I'm going to mark these just so I can get a good idea as far as length, because I don't really want to have them too long, and I also don't want them to be too short. Kind of just gonna rough it in by eye. It's kind of how I do things around here. We are, however, just making art, and so it shouldn't be too mechanical, if you know what I mean. You don't want to become a robot or a slave to your work or become mechanistic. You want to retain the ability to be an artist. So I'm going to come in here with my flesh cutters. I can see my marks pretty good with the microscope. For me, at this point in my jewelry career, the microscope it's pretty necessary because my vision isn't as good as it used to be. And for these head-mounted magnifiers, they can only zoom, magnify so closely. So, you know, it's a good idea to get one of these. This is a cheap one that I found on Amazon, because I wasn't sure if I really wanted one or needed one. It's called the Max Set DZQ. It's pretty sure it's from China. It has this ring light attached to it that illuminates the piece, and it does the job. I definitely think I want to upgrade in the near future, but this is definitely a good starting point. Next, I'm going to I guess I'll keep using the magnifier, but next I'm going to shape these prongs out into more like claw shape. And also there's a little bit of scratching on these prongs from using the pliers, so I'm going to clean that up a little bit as well. I'm going to use one of these little abrasive wheels that I can put on my flex shaft. I want to flatten one side of this so I can get a good, so I can shape these properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this file that I have in my shop. I'm just going to run this abrasive wheel in there till I have a nice flat edge. Okay, so here we go. And
because this is sapphire, it's much harder. I think even if at this step in the game the peridot would have been maybe a little bit too soft. So you want to mess up your stone with the flex shaft. Some of these are really abrasive. I have some ones that I got from Amazon that are in China that will probably grind the stone down. They're good for some things, and probably not this. So. So they're kind of going, it's kind of going to a point. I want to hone that shape in just a little bit better. And then what I'm going to do now is going to come in from the top, make it come down. Pretty good to me. So move on to the next one. Actually, there's that's cool about these microscopes is that you can really see what you're doing. Even like I don't even know what magnification level it is, but I mean you're right up in there. You can see everything really good. The cool thing is you can adjust that too. You don't, it doesn't have to be. You can, zoom out a bit if you want. But it's good to have the control over what you're seeing. And a lot of the times, with the plain eye, you can't see half the scratches and whatnot that might be on there. So if you want to up your jewelry game, this is a good thing to have. And also up your photography game because you'll be able to shoot your jewelry from much closer. A lot of people won't even dare to do. Some people's jewelry looks like they kind of got tossed down the road. If you look at it from close, it looks good from far. There's an expression my friend of mine used to use back in the day called far from fine and fine from far. But you get my drift. Something that's we all want to sell our jewelry, but I think the customer in the end will appreciate these fine details. when you get into the fine jewelry game, people are pretty picky about what they want. And a lot of that means, you know, making sure the details are done right. So far so good. We've put them on to the third prong. I have this wheel right up next to the stone too, and it's not affecting the surface of the stone, which is good. I think, again, if we had been using the peridot, even just for this part of the equation, we would have had issues as well. So it's kind of a good thing that stone broke. I also probably won't be using peridot very often in the future because of that particular experience. But this stone is going to be really nice. I've only set Faceted Gemstones a handful of times, so at this point I'm definitely not a professional, but I'm definitely not a beginner. Anyways, sometimes it's easier to learn from somebody that's also in the learning process than somebody that makes it look so easy that they really figure out how to do it. Need to hit it with this file again because it's not I need to get into this corner. It needs to be flat. This is how I shape these things out rather than constantly changing them out.
clean this up real nice. Probably hit it with a polishing wheel real quick here. And for that I'm just using one of these yellow muslin. Can't really tell it's yellow anymore. In the back you can, but anyhow. This is muslin buff for the flex shaft. You can get them from Rio Grande as well. I'm using this Benzerna M5 polishing compound. Some of the best that I've used, so I kind of like using it for a lot of different things. Because this sapphire is so hard, this won't affect the stone whatsoever. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it came out super good. Look at that. Very nice. Hi there guys, thanks for watching. If you really enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the subscribe button, and if you have any questions or comments, feel free to ask anything as far as the type of equipment and things like that. I'll try to put some links to the different things that I spoke about in the video. If you would like to see more, like I said, don't forget to click that subscribe button. I'm not sure if this is my thing or not, but if you guys enjoyed it, I might do it again. Thank you.